Horse Lord empires on Succession. So he's just got this huge. He's got this huge empire which spans like all of European Russia, and he's got like 15,000 heavy cavalry or something stupid, and it's not breaking up because he's turned off the option that makes them break up. I'm like, Johnny, you didn't tell us this. Johnny's like, oh, sorry, I thought it'd be okay. I'm like, why would this be okay, Johnny?
Yeah, you have to watch that one, definitely.
Why would
that's okay,
Johnny. Yeah, he always futzes with the options whenever you play a game with him. Puts in some weird settings, doesn't he? Oh, Austria is allied with Britain. I thought I was allied with Britain. I think I was. The fuck am I supposed to get, what's it called now? Württemberg. I love how the AI always, like, fucks with Krakow. I mean, I just have spare points, so I'm, like, putting some there, but, the Russian Empire trying to take Krakow off the Austrians. Just a complete waste of time. Krakow does have 40 life rating. It's silly. Oh, Warsaw has 40 life rating. Yeah, so that's something I don't know if you've ever noticed, like, right, if you click on one of your provinces, right? It's like 32, 31. So they, like, stealth nerf France during this time. Germany's got 40 everywhere.
All of Belgium just inexplicably has. What's the UK got? 35. I've got the lowest life rating there. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Even Spain has a higher life rating than me. I just
got 32 across the board.
It's specifically France. Yeah.
What bullshit?
$35 is standard. And then Germany is like buffed. Germany gets 40 everywhere. I guess the only place. And then France is like nerfed, 31, 32. And then they just pick a couple big cities like London and stuff. Paris doesn't get it. That's surprising. London gets 45 life rating. Madrid is 40. I think New York and Philadelphia get 40. Oh no, this mod's gotten rid of it, I guess. It's a mod, so I don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
So even Algeria has a higher life rating than most of my country.
Yeah, I forget what each point of life rating is equal to. It's like I can't remember. It's like 0.00 something percentage growth. There's a way you like what's it called? I can equate it with like each point in medicine and stuff. Let's put the speed up to 3.
Sure thing. Just going to turn the speed down, please.
I could give Russia access, but I'm not going to.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Nice Germany.
Probably going to be Austria then that they come through.
Oh yeah, Austria loses Hungary in 4 years. You just have to wait a little bit. It's the perfect time to fuck with him.
This guy at work, that the one who's having chest pains. I don't know whether he isn't putting it on though. And I don't mean that in a malicious way, but he's had so much sick time off for stuff that
Yeah.
seems serious, but isn't like serious in a provable way.
So I don't know whether
isn't just he's trying to get more sick time off.
He's one of those, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be like that.
Like
Yeah, there are people like that who just say, oh, I need a mental health day. Well, you just took a mental health day.
He said he got in a fight with his uncle, and he came in with like his arm in a splint. Not a splint, like a sling, sorry. But other than having like bandages around his hand and his arm in the sling, I mean, he didn't have like a note or anything. I mean, he could have just got that sling and wore it to work and been like, "Oh yeah, I was in a fight and I've hurt my arm." And before that, he had like 3 months off.
Yeah.
Crap, what did he say he'd done? Like he twisted his knee or something.
I mean, you guys are pretty generous, like sick leave over there, don't you? I mean, at least compared to here.
Well, you're supposed to.
Yeah.
It depends on.
I mean, I had a principle, like I don't take any sick days if I can avoid it. but that's also because I'm a teacher. I mean, being a teacher is like being a freaking European, I always say, because we get like a huge amount of time off. It's really great. You know, I get the whole summer off. I get Christmas. I get spring, whatever it is, February. Doesn't get much better than that. Yeah, teacher's tough, right? Because you do get paid less, right? In absolute terms. But if you like really do the math and add it up with all the time off you get, you're actually getting paid pretty okay. You just have to find a way to be productive with the time that you have. Yeah, being a teacher is great if you're like a creative person or like one of those sorts of people. Yeah, because you can pursue other stuff in your free time. You would have been a good teacher, Sid.
I don't know if I would. I'd probably kill one of the children and then I'd end up in jail.
You're very likable. Yeah, I got my kids. I got my kids.
I really pissed off my history teacher because I wasn't
doing my homework, and he sort of came at me with like a stack of books, and he wanted to hit me with the books.
So he just threw them on the desk next to me.
Nice.
Like, because he was like, you know, when he started as a teacher, they were still caning kids, right?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the pressure, like when teachers get mad or upset, it's like if you work in an environment where you're judged by how the kids do, it's very like stressful. You know, like where I work, they're very supportive. They're like, yeah, whatever. Like, just do your best. If the kids pass the test, then good. Otherwise, don't blame yourself. But that's a very, you know, nice work environment compared to a lot of places. You know, I got the scores back for the national exam. So I teach. Last year I taught 4 different courses. This coming year I'm going to teach 5 different, like, which is crazy. Like that's a lot of different shit. So one of them is like an AP exam, which has like it's like a college class when they're in high school, and at the end they take like a national test, right? And if it's graded on like 1 out of 5, and they have to get a 3 or higher to like quote unquote pass. This year they did pretty shitty, which was a disappointment. You know, and you can't help but like think, well, shit, well, how the fuck can I teach this like better? Because obviously I know history very well, but they're not retaining it. It's difficult though because they're 15 and 16. They're not doing the readings. They're not studying like they're supposed to. So it is a shared, you know. And then the year before that, I beat the state, but then this year, the state did higher than me. So it's just kind of a shitty feeling, like, oh shit, how could I do it differently? But there's not a whole lot that you can. Like I've been thinking about it today, and there's not a whole lot that I can really change. You know, so sometimes you do have high kids some years. You do have lower kids other years, but it is what it is. But getting back to what you were on about, right? So like if my boss was like, oh no, kids didn't all get passing score, you know, and blah blah blah, and that's your fault. You know, then you would want to be like, oh, you know, like threaten the kids and shit sort of attitude. Although they didn't really have that when you were going to school, did they? So he doesn't really have that excuse. There were no national exams back in the day.
Yeah, there were.
Were there?
Wait, what do you mean by a national exam?
Like standardized, you know what I'm saying? Standardized testing, that kind of thing.
And we've got GCSEs. Does that count?
I don't know what that is.
GCSEs are General School Certificate of Education or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, great! They had an election. They brought in the lazy fairy. Now look what's happening to my industry.
That's a good thing.
These people,
That's a good
I
thing.
can't trust them with anything.
It's a good thing though, because now all the unprofitable businesses just leeching off the government's stole will go bankrupt and they'll all be profitable. Yeah, you really shouldn't have laissez-faire until the 80s though, 70s or 80s at the earliest. You want interventionists until then. Yeah.
You need a nice reservoir of the capitalists with money.
Mm-hmm. Well, in 3 years, because I think that this mod, like, it's mostly vanilla, but it does add some stuff. I think you're gonna get, what's his name, Napoleon III, right? In 1848, he's president, and then I don't know, 3 years later, he makes himself the emperor, doesn't he? Or I assume that's simulated here.
Just hey guys, remember when we ruled Europe? Wasn't that great?
Like how Russia's defending Spain. It's like, makes a lot of sense.
They're actually who are they at war with? They are. Oh, it's just me, I guess. Okay. Constitutional crisis. Oh no.
Constitution?
Is it?
You have one of those. We just let the monarch do anything. See if I can use these like Age of Liberalism events to close my immigration off from the world. Bear back for a second.
Oof. Goodbye, Spain.
Let's do 3 speed.
What up?
Krakow at war with Austria, the British Empire, and the rest. Krakow will win. Did you manage to close your borders? I guess not, no.
No.
I haven't gotten enough reactionaries. I'm losing 1 out of 6 of my pop growth right now, which is kind of lousy. They all want to go to Venezuela for some reason. See, right? And that's all I want. Just close the borders, and then no more reactionaries. Then give me all the liberals in the world. Oh, so this mod, if you are an absolute monarchy, I think there's a decision, let me check, where you can like stuff the cabinet filled with whatever party you want, which is cool because it lets you pass reforms and stuff. I'm actually not seeing it because I am an absolute monarchy. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing the decision. That's weird. I think I played this and I played Greece and there's like a button and it lets you put all of your followers, sycophants in charge.
Hmm. Oh my. Two Sicilies replaced Spain. I wanted Belgium to replace Spain. Just outlawed slavery.
How progressive of you.
I mean, they can't vote, but they're not slaves anymore, so that's a win.
Yeah, I've been reading this book on like John Adams by David McCulloch, the historian or the writer historian. I don't know if you've ever seen that HBO series on John Adams, like Paul Giamatti, like based on this book. And it's just kind of interesting, like reading about the founding fathers and the way that they like each viewed slavery. It's like because it's very different. Like George Washington, he owned this like huge, like the size of a city, the amount of land that he owned. So like they calculate like in terms of net worth, he'd be worth like $500 million today, which is insane. He had all these he had hundreds of slaves, right? He worked the land, and then he did what's it called? Like free them, all when he died, right on his deathbed. But him, Thomas Jefferson were slave owners. A lot of them were slave owners. Ben Franklin had a couple slaves. John Adams is the only one who had no slaves, just out of principle his entire career, which is kind of cool.
Interesting. Why didn't he own slaves?
Just out of principle, he thought it was wrong.
Really? So it wasn't just his background. He just really didn't believe in slavery.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep. Some of them came out against it later on. Like Ben Franklin, he ended up becoming more of like an abolitionist. But that is a contradiction, isn't it, in the all men are created equal thing?
Well, this is a very simple solution. That is, if you believe that slaves are not humans, then they don't count as men.
Mm. Oh no. All these liberals. Oh wow, my aristocrats are really reactionary. Holy shit. 49%. Jesus.
Nice.
Only voted the reactionary government in power. I like how Russia's got to join that war against them. They can't do it on their own.
Who's Russia fighting now?
The Hungarian Revolution.
They're not, are they? Oh, they're in a separate war. They are cutting Hungary down to size.
Yep.
Why have I gained the cut down to size CB on you?
Um,
What have you done?
is that mobilized? Might be why. I just got a peacetime mobilization modifier.
Hmm.
How dare I mobilize the army? It's a mod, I don't know. I'm not familiar with its inner workings. Oh shit. Is it a lot of rebels? What happened there?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like 100 guys rose up on Paris?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Crossing the Rubicon, said Sphere Baden, just so you know.
Well, you'll need to attack me
Anyway,
anyway.
You're crossing the Rubicon. That's all. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the
Oh,
fuck?
that's cool.
It just pieced. No, but it just pieced me out.
Yeah, because Palmer stopped existing.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, you piece
I'm
of
confused as
shit.
well because
This fucking mod. Of course it has to fucking fuck with shit. You fucking cunt game. What the fuck? I just spent all that fucking manpower and time, and I didn't add a war. I happened to not add a war goal yet, and my war just ends. Fuck you. Uh. um. Yeah, let's go back to January. Yeah.
What? No.
Let's go back to January.
No, this is fine.
why do we need to go back to January?
Because I was gonna fucking release Hungary, which is 100 fucking war score. And now I can't do that. And I just wasted fucking 40 soldier pops trying to do this because of this fucking arbitrary formation of Italy nonsense.
Well, you didn't directly attack Austria, so you were
Kind of
I couldn't
playing
because I
loose
would
and
have to
fast with
fight.
the game mechanics anyway.
It's perfectly acting within the game mechanics. You know very well that the AI is completely arbitrary with its alliances. I'm very annoyed. I'm very annoyed, Sid. I'm extremely annoyed at the current.
Just attack Austria directly.
Fucking cunt.
You've got a truce
until September
September
1851.
1851.
Fucking cunt. Cunt. Fuck cunt. Oh my god, all those Prussians just gave their lives. Imagine, like, they just come back to the king of Prussia. They're like, oh, my lord. It's like, oh, my king. It's like why didn't we free the people of Hungary? And the king goes, because Italy formed and our war goal was against Modena. Like hundreds of thousands of battered Germans come back to Berlin. And they're like, what? Like, why didn't we ask anything from Austria? I'm like, oh, the war goal expired. Listen, I'm like borderline right. I'm borderline right now.
You did get something. I mean, you pushed them up to 48% war exhaustion. They'll probably have a rebellion, and they'll probably have like liberals take over or something.
I'm very annoyed at the current circumstance.
I understand. I was annoyed when I lost to liberals. I mean, I didn't want that to happen. Right, that wasn't on that wasn't like.
But if I had known what was going on, I would have just added the war goal. Like, that's what's making me angry here. I excuse me that I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of how this fucking mod functions, but I couldn't foresee that Italy would just form, materialize in 1850, which never happens, and my war would just end. So, how dare I, Sid, not know that would happen?
I was killing red shirts at the time, and they hadn't actually occupied anything, so I don't even know why that happened. And it's not what I wanted to happen, really.
All I can say is Austria better drop off the Great Power list. If they stay at fucking 8, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, Sid, the choices you make. Yep. Formed Austria-Hungary instead, I guess. Could be friends. Why do you do this?
What have I done?
You know perfectly well what you've done.
I don't want to lose Alsace-Lorraine. Uh-oh. The one guy on that Discord, he's made he's made some sort of program, and it's not a game. It just tricks Steam into thinking he's playing a game called Vicky Free.
Okay.
And it also generates a random country in a random year, so it'll say, oh, he's playing Vicky Free, he's playing Prussia in the year 1801 or something like that.
That's such a complete waste of one's time. Just to troll people on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Württemberg too. You scumbag. All I'm saying is that these are the decisions that you're making. I have made no hostile action against you up to this point in time. Just to be clear, who who acted first?
You took
Who
Luxembourg and you had a little gloat about it.
I took what?
You took Luxembourg and you had a little gloat about it.
Oh yeah, last time. Well, why were you trying to sphere Luxembourg? How is that remotely French? It's not French at all.
It's 50% French. Look
It's
at
part
it.
it's part of the HRA.
It's 50.
It's natural French
territory.
territory.
49% German.
Yeah,
It's
it's
50% French.
German's the leading culture.
I'll tell you what, how about if we split it? You can have the German bit and I'll
I'll
have
have
the
the
French
French
bit.
bit.
Work. We'll be Catholic Luxembourgers, Protestant Luxembourgers, German and French at each other's throats. We'll give journalists in the future something to write about.
Oh, I remember that sketch. Yes, that was very funny.
The USA, #2 industry in 1852. What the fuck? What? He hasn't even gotten the fucking massive waves of immigration yet. That's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a mod, so I don't know if they've changed things, but the US just becomes the strongest. It can become the strongest country in the game, period, in vanilla. I did one game with like Joe, like when we used to play multiplayer, Victoria 2, and I was the British one campaign, and I killed America. It was like a player. I just conquered the United States, like starting in 1836. There was nothing you could do about it. You know, because like all the pop in the beginning is in like New York, so I took New York first, which screwed him over. New England, which was like the second most populous. I just kept like every time I had the infamy, I would just take his most populous state
Mm-hmm.
until he was over in like North Dakota and shit. It was a silly, silly thing.
It's not a bad move for the British at the start. I mean,
No, it really isn't. No.
it's only for the first 10 years that you can really just beat the shit out of America. Banned? Why?
Banned?
My ambassadors.
Banned? Why would I ban you?
Oh, this is. It's not fair. Oh no. I've been encouraging bureaucrats in Pondicherry, and at first they were just French bureaucrats, and now there are stupid Tamil bureaucrats. I don't want those.
You're at, what's it called? Is that worth it to state though? There's only 30,000 people there.
I know.
It's a very deficient use of your national focus. That's all.
Well, I've already got like 4% intellectuals everywhere. I guess I could encourage soldiers.
Just encourage industry. That's what you need to do. You're fucking behind the United States in 1850 and Prussia. Like if I was Germany, I'd be like, oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm Prussia and I'm beating you on industry. What the fuck are you doing? You silly man.
I don't even have a focus to encourage industry. How do I?
You just promote factory workers. That's all you do.
Craftsmen, you mean?
Yeah. I think this mod is just sort of vanilla enhanced, I think is the philosophy of it. So the promotion rules are pretty much the same. You know, some of these mods for Victoria, they like reinvent the wheel.
I mean, when you form the North German Confederation. One moment. I mean, you're already pretty powerful. I mean, do you need to be Germany as well? Speak of the devil. There we go.
Speak of the devil. He appears.
They've removed all the tea provinces from Africa.
I'll be right back for a second. Hey, so
Hmm.
what would be annoying is if I tried to sphere Madagascar.
Hmm.
That would be a really annoying thing for me to do. Kind of like you sphering Baden and so. I'm just pointing that out.
Hmm.
I get all these points. What can I do? I'll just annoy Sid back. It's good.
So then, when you sphere Barton, what's going to happen after that?
What's up?
When you sphere
The
Barton,
bottom.
Well,
what is going to happen
I
after that?
I was planning to negotiate, but you've sort of thrown a wrench into that plan.
Okay, so what was going to happen was you were going to take Alsace-Lorraine from me, right?
Well, I was planning to return it before, but you've sort of had your own opinion of things, haven't you?
Hmm. Yeah, but I just mean that. All right, you said you were planning to return it, but it seems like a hostile act off the bat, right? It doesn't seem like.
Sphering Baden seems like a hostile act.
Well, no, I mean, just forming Germany, you need to take a bit of my land, right? I mean, it doesn't seem.
I'm trying to use your British mind tricks on me. I know them too well. Trying to get the moral high ground. Wonderful. What a treasure. It's brilliant because what you do is exactly like what actual British foreign policy was. Uh, Wonderful.
What do you mean by that?
That's just what they did, you know. It's like they always. I mean, they were complete political realists, right? But they they manipulated circumstances to their preference, didn't they?
Hmm.
I still can't revoke their like open borders thing. It's terrible.
Not. I mean, I have got people emigrating, but it's not that much. It's you know.
A lot of Frenchmen.
Hmm. So what's the difference then? Tech.
I haven't looked at it. I just passed Von Moltke's reforms as well. Nah, it's probably tech right now. Is the main difference, yeah. Alright, there we go. Wunderbar. Oh shit. You little cunt. You fucking, you little shit. You little fucker. Need Baden, too. Well, I'm gonna have to declare war on you again if you made that decision.
You're the one who invaded me.
Just gotta form Germany, bro. It's not that big a deal. It's interesting how you can like fake me out over that war and then think you're gonna sphere Belgium. It's just interesting. Or keep Madagascar.
I'm just playing the game. There's no need to be vindictive.
Listen, it's all I'm saying is behave honorably and there will be no consequences. Behave honorably.
My territory.
No, listen. Why are you being a bully? It's a two-player game. There's a whole world. There's no need to bully each other. It's not a serious game. I was like, oh, I don't want to perform Germany. I wasn't attacking you.
You attack me.
There's no need to be vindictive.
I enjoy you. Alright, let's use diplomacy. Okay, I'll let you have Belgium. This is extremely fair, given the value of Belgium. You can puppet Belgium, and you'll let me sphere Baden. Do we have a deal?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's very
alright. Here you go. Removing my influence.
There you go. I've moved Baden from my sphere of influence.
Wunderbar.
Oh dear. The thing with Vicky is that it's a great game. Like, the premise is fantastic, the economy is fantastic, but if they just remade the game so, there are lots of little silly things that.
Yeah, whatever the completion tier thought is, I agree. It's just an unfinished work of genius, that's all.
The guy who designed, he didn't design it on his own, but he programmed most of the economic system in Vicky. He doesn't actually remember how he did it now, So,
Oh yeah?
So if they wanted to make like a brand new Vicky, like without using stuff from the old one, like humanity has regressed. We no longer know how to do it.
What the hell is this guy doing? Bavaria is trying to free Banat. What? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? How ridiculous.
They should have annexed Belgium in reality, you know, the French, but the British kept psyching them out of it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with like the little plans that they drew up. They were like Prussia, you'll get this, and we'll get this part, and then this will be the British sphere, and they just never did it.
Well, it's they can say, "Oh, this will be the British sphere," but it's the British like protection of Belgium would have been indefensible if they had agreed to a partition of Belgium. So it was the smartest thing to do to just say, "No, we're gonna, you know, it has to be an independent and sovereign country." Right? It wasn't altruism entirely.
Is Wallonian French in this game? No, it's a totally different culture. It's like that in Vanilla too. Wallonian is its own like thing. Yeah, it's not an accepted culture for you either. I mean in like
Yeah, I thought I might have it as an accepted culture.
yeah, I mean in actual fact it would be the same.
Is my mic incredibly loud for you?
No.
I had to turn it up because the guys on the Discord were complaining they couldn't hear me. So I was like, oh, I'll turn it like up by 10 decibels. But like I can hear some feedback occasionally. It does sound very loud. So you're going to form Big Germany.
I don't. I assume it's not possible in this mod. If I do form it, I will be releasing Croatia, Hungary, Galicia. What's it called? Like everything east of like what's it called? Like the border with Hungary will be released as a puppet for role-playing purposes. And that's about to turn into a great power, so we aren't gonna be able to see anyway. He's number 8. I think they made Alsa a little bit better in this mod. It's got 380,000. That seems like more than usual. It's usually like a very, like, not making any difference having in vanilla.
Hmm.
Oh my god. Fucking still can't influence Baden. Piece of shit. So fucking annoying.
Hmm.
Oh great, now Austria-Hungary is influencing them. You fucking little cunt.
Me?
Austria-Hungary.
Oh. Oh God! Can these Spanish patriots just calm down for 5 seconds?
It's an irony. Catalan people want to join back with Spain.
Well, no, there's simultaneously Catalan separatists and
And
Spanish
Spanish
separatists.
separatists.
So they're undecided. It's fair enough.
You see, what you do in real life is you use the Catalan separatists to keep the Spanish separatists in line, and vice versa. You could say to the Catalonians, like, oh well, if you leave France, you'll go back to being in Spain, and
This is all I'm hearing is just the British way.
well, that was how Britain used to run their colonies.
They
They
pick
pick
a
a group in the colony, right, that was slightly marginalised but still big enough to be powerful, and they go, well, if we're not in charge, then the footsie wootsies will be in charge instead, and they'll
I'll
go,
go,
oh
oh
no,
no,
but
but
we
we
hate
hate
them,
them.
right?
Oh no. The Hutus.
It's actually,
If you look at your
The
your
Hutus.
politics in America, that's
quite
kind of
what
what happened.
happens anyway.
Hutus and the Tutsis. Well, they do it here, and they succeed fucking brilliantly at it. Yeah. It's sad, isn't it, really? Democracy, that is.
Mhm.
Although your system, I don't know, does yours function better than ours? Are we just too big? It just doesn't work on such a scale?
Probably America's too big, honestly, to have our kind of democracy. Right, because in our democracy, it's I mean, I suppose you've got the representatives in America, but like,
Mm.
I think the problem with the United States is that politically it was very happy at the start of the 20th century, but then it went through a series of wars and events that forced it to centralize, and maybe that centralization is unnatural for that
Kind of country.
I don't know. Is that just my
I have no idea.
Chauvinism,
I
or
don't know.
is that?
I mean, it's very homogenous, like linguistically, culturally. So,
Mhm.
I mean, there aren't necessarily impediments there for, centralization of power. Um, I think, I don't know. See, when I think about it, I think it's the natural cycle of empire, right? Like what's going on. I think maybe more than anything, if I had to identify like the one issue with it. You ever read that book? It's by like an English like general or sergeant or something. I forget what his name is. It's like the stages of empire or the fate of empire. I forget what the title is. You know what I'm talking about, right? And he said like empires go through all these like the pioneer stage and the prosperity stage.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I know. Yeah, I think I've heard of this. Yeah.
You know, like I would like critique it in a couple ways, but 90% of his thesis I'd agree with. And it is a cycle in history. Like you have an empire, it grows, builds up, becomes successful. You know, then like it becomes a victim of its own success, and then they don't fall from external factors, but they fall from within, and that's sort of the issue with the United States today. If you go back to the 17, 1800s, I mean, there were certainly division and problems then, but there was also a lot more, I don't know, like democratic principles, idealism, the idea of what a statesman is as a concept kind of thing. And then we became very prosperous. This is what the English, I forget what his name is, like his thesis would be. Like we became successful because of our virtue, right? Because of our good qualities, aspects. But then once you become prosperous, if you don't have it, like, and then we don't have any enemies, like the Soviet Union's gone, we don't have anyone who can really oppose us. So like you just consume yourself from within. So the pursuit of money becomes its own end. Instead of, following your duty or honor, like the ancient Romans, right?
Hmm.
With the Roman Republic, duty, virtue, virtus, masculinity, honor in war, discipline, were like values, ends in themselves. The stoicism of the Greeks influenced ancient Rome, and then they became rich and powerful. Then they pursued money for its own end. They lost the principles, the intellectualism that gave them meaning, and then you get massive inequality and shit. It starts to grow over time, and then eventually the empire gets replaced by somebody else. And I think that is probably the best narrative for what's going on today. Yeah, which is sad because I like America. I don't think that we'll stop being like a powerful country. We just won't be number one, is what's going to happen.
Mm.
You've been
So
following
So
what
what
you're
you're
this?
saying,
saying,
Yeah.
just to streamline what you're saying it's the Jews.
No, that's not. It's not. That's not what I'm saying, actually.
Oh,
see,
I can read. I
I
can
can
read
read
between
between
the
the
lines.
lines.
It's
It's
okay.
okay,
I
I
understand.
understand.
You following this fiasco with the oil tanker or whatever off Gibraltar?
Oh, the Iranian one that got seized.
Seized.
Yeah, or
I
something
know of
like.
it.
Yeah,
I mean, apparently it was going to Syria.
I don't know.
Shrug.
Is that how they trade? An Iranian tanker like sails all the way. I don't understand the route of this ship. Wouldn't it be easier to like trade with Syria through Iraq, Turkey? They really sail all the way around fucking Africa? Why is it going past Gibraltar? I don't understand.
It could be stuff not directly from Iran, but it could be they bought something, say, in Russia, and then they're sending it to Syria,
Syria,
and
and they don't want to go.
maybe it couldn't sail. They didn't want to sail through the Straits at Istanbul, so the safest route would be going from a Russian port around Europe and then through Gibraltar.
I want to feel bad for Iran, but they're just
I mean,
It
it was an
wasn't
oil
oil.
tanker though, so I think the cover was that it was carrying oil, and maybe the guns were like whatever it was they were shipping was um, not on the manifest, right? Maybe they were hidden.
I mean, just the whole situation with Iran like presently. Like I want to feel bad for them, but it's like they're kind of a repressive theocracy. Bunch of fundamentalist cunts. I don't know.
It's a shame as well because Iran is it's not a backwards country necessarily.
No, not at all. I mean, because the story was like it was actually us. Like we kept fucking with them. Like we overthrew their prime minister, didn't we? And then that's how the Ayatollah took over.
Yeah, the
Iranian
Iranian
Revolution.
Something like that.
The Brits and the Americans were fiddling too much,
Yeah.
looking after the oil concessions,
Yeah.
replacing the government, and the Iranians are like, oh, no, go away.
As often happens in history, they ended up with something worse.
Mm-hmm.
Piece of shit.
What?
Just AI. It's just annoying me. uh,
I wish Switzerland would stop sending the alliance offers. What's the infamy limit in this mod?
25.
Oh my word, Manchester! I've got socialists. How disgusting!
Oh, what's wrong with that? Socialism. Whenever people talk about socialism, I always just the sound in my head, just socialism, like in a mocking voice, just arises just from growing up in America, the hysteria over socialism. I know you're allied. I know you're allied with Austria, buddy, but I'm gonna have to go to war with him. Like it's gonna be necessary for me to attack him in a minute here.
Can I just not be allied with him?
Well, that's why I'm telling you this. Because he's literally just cunting me over like a fucking cunt. Yeah. Like I've wasted a good 5-6 years now because of your little trick. Your little trick. Your little trick. That was well done, Sid. It was well done. I have to praise you. I'm gonna get if I still haven't formed Germany like several years into the future, I'm gonna start to get mad. But for now, I'll praise you.
Whose fault was it that he didn't check?
Listen. For some reason, I was operating under the assumption that we were just being gentlemanly. That you had just acknowledged you had lost the war. I had encircled the entire French army. That you were on the verge of absolute destruction, and you were just like, okay, man, just. And then
destroy about 3/4 of the army.
Yeah, and then you just conveniently forgot.
You were the one who forgot.
You had the opportunity to make the war goal.
Oh, these two are fucking him for me. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect, Sid. It's Russia's helping for some fucking stupid reason. You can't. It's a silly game. Like, this is a mod that's right? That's the purpose of this mod, is to like rationalize the game, and it's still just as fucking dumb and ridiculous as ever.
Which useless idiot? Crimean War. Are you real?
Ottomans, are you real?
Hey, have fun with that. Have fun with that. What was the penalty if you didn't join?
Well, none. I just
role playing.
It's the principle, right?
Yeah. No, I would never. I would never help the AI in any war. Out of principle that I hate the AI. I don't know if you can see, but I've spent like like £1 million in Baden trying to get fucking influence percentage there. You fucking piece of shit. He's gonna fucking kick me out. I already know what's gonna happen. I'm fast, but I'm not fast enough.
Yeah.
Yep, yep, it's about right. Let's see if I can fake him out here. Here you go. I'll influence the Zulus for a minute until January. Come on, capitalists, get people some jobs. Yeah, Germany is like, sometimes it's ridiculous that it has like the extra life rating. Um, but like when you don't form it and it's all broken up, you really need the extra population growth.
Hmm.
When it's all like OPMs and shit. Well, Russia took all of Galicia. It doesn't look too bad.
I don't even see why the Ottoman Empire losing their war would be a bad thing, because it just kicks them out of being a great power if they lose.
I
I'm
just
sitting here and I'm just going, why does this matter to me?
Well, in real life, see, they haven't represented it properly. The Russians wanted to take the Straits, right? So it sort of was a big deal in that case. But here, you're correct.
Like, if the Ottoman Empire gets kicked out of being a great power, then
oh
that's
that's
another country I can sphere.
And you can
um
sphere it, and it'll
you
be
know
safe, and because it'll be in your sphere.
Hmm. Whereas the game is basically saying, hey, can you just go and pump the Ottoman Empire up so you can't exploit them so much? I'm like, but why? Oh yeah, that EU4 game. So the French player, right? He's been sitting there all game waiting for the Duke of Burgundy to die, so the Burgundian inheritance can happen,
Mm-hmm.
or for the Burgundian heir to die. You know, one or the other. And he's just waiting because we're running on speed 2, so like a whole session is like 40 years tops. And he's just waiting, and he's waiting, and he's waiting, and he's constantly complaining about it. And now we're in like 1512, and the Burgundian succession
Yeah,
Inheritance can't happen.
that ship has sailed.
And
It's in denial about
I had a look in the. I took all the terrain off and I checked the save. I had a look. Do you know who the oldest ruler in the world is?
Who?
Duke of Burgundy.
Duke of Burgundy.
he's like 80.
89 years old.
Nice.
He's 89 years old, and he's also, I think he's the longest reigning ruler in the world as well. It's just like, how does that even happen? What, I can't buy small arms, and I can't buy canned food. What? That's not any good. Oh, the Russians lost. We signed the Treaty of Paris, and Romania got a province in Russian Bessarabia.
Nice.
See, I didn't even lift a finger, and they still lost.
How could they lose? Surely the AI British can't figure out how to send their guys over there.
British didn't send anything. They didn't even send a single boat over there. It was just the Turks getting whacked by.
Turks have 0 military score. How is that possible?
I know, because their entire army got rammed into the ground by Russia. Yeah, they've gone down to 5th power. They lost a lot of prestige as well. Go on. Now's your time. Do it. Invade Russia.
He's number 1 on Mill. I don't think that's a good idea.
What? No,
it's a great
idea.
Don't think that's a good idea. No. Thanks for the suggestion. Thought about it. Milled it over. Gonna pass. Thank you, though. It's a great pitch, great idea, but we're gonna pass.
Another thing I don't like about Vicky is how when you switch to a government that isn't like a classical government, like liberal, or if you become like communist or fascist, it doesn't really feel like you're playing a communist or a fascist.
It's undeveloped.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't simulate a totalitarian system.
Did you pass that closed borders reform?
No.
You don't have a lot of migrants going out.
Neither do you. You only have 200. Yeah, I mean, it's very complicated, like how it calculates it. I happen to have low militancy right now and pretty low consciousness, so that's supposed to prevent them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to break up the Balkans? What do you want to do?
I said keep the Ottoman Empire strong. Sorry, I clicked the thing before you
Okay.
said anything.
Alright. I'll keep them strong.
I don't know.
I mean, I was gonna prefer to break them up because I think it looks cuter, but whatever. It's all good with me. Bismarck, presides over the Congress of Berlin. He's like, well, we could keep the Ottoman Empire strong, but wouldn't the Balkans look cuter if it was broken up into a bunch of little adorable principalities? Everyone goes, oh, you're right.
Oh, looks like they got broke up anyway.
Oh no, I forgot to influence things. Piece of shit. Now I have like 4 influence with everybody. Makes you get that event, which gives you infamy, which is horrible. I don't know if it's still in this mod or not.
They've all got his infamy. But you have the cause on Austria-Hungary, though.
Yeah, it gave me some cores on him.
It's on the German regions, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like when you're dividing up navies and armies, you can't you cannot divide them like by type. Just little things like that. And I've been going on about this for years because it's obvious. But imagine if in Vicky 3 they made it so that at the start of the game the armies worked like they do in EU4. But then when you get to a certain point in tech, it actually changes it so that it switches over to say a Hearts of Iron style.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that would be really complicated to do. Who the hell are these people? Jacobins. You already took over once. What do you want from me? Jacobins, really.
Just tell them Napoleon was like half a century ago. Time to move on. I always hate that when I play this game. It's like 20, whatever it is, you know. It's like the 20th century, and you're still getting Jacobins, and you're like, guys, come on. Napoleon was 100 years ago. Jacobins only make sense like the first, I don't know, like 20 years of the game, and then the term just becomes archaic. So in this mod, electricity and I think the scramble are both in 1870. He's like changed it around. This is gonna be weird if Austria-Hungary just exists as like a weird like rump state. Like if he just, because they have this weird system in this, right, where it only gives you your cores. So like I don't like look at Trent, right, over there, which no one owns, and that just stays as a thing for the next 100 years. Like
I don't know what you're talking about. That makes perfect sense that Trent would be an exclave of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
which doesn't own Tyrol or Carnton or the Sudetenland.
But I said exclave, right? Did you hear me say that bit?
They did, yeah. Germans do have the best political party in the game, the National Liberals.
National Liberals.
Laissez-faire jingoism. Like no other country gets that. I'm not familiar with a single other country that has that combination. Limited citizenship. The other policies don't really matter much, do they? Like the religious one. Does the religious one affect conversion rate? It slightly does, I guess. Moralism, 0.1% conversion rate.
Nice. Trouble with this game is that when you try to play like an actual World War style war, it's just there's so much clicking and stuff. It'd be much easier if you had like a Hoi 4 style planner that you could at least organize your armies.
I don't know. I prefer the war system in this game personally. I don't like designing divisions and all that bullshit. Some people love that, but for me, it's like I like.
It wouldn't even
Need to be like that, right? You could still be making divisions, and it could be, like Hoi 2, where you just make a generic division, right?
I just prefer managing like the economy and stuff in these games more. Yeah, it's weird how like people, or like maybe age plays a role, or just how people are different if they play video games. Because the average like dude who plays video games, they're playing like Call of Duty. And what are you actually doing? Your reflexes are better. You're competing, and you're shooting and killing people. But it's not very stimulating. Other than that, in these games, and they just fulfill different needs or whatever, different exercises. To Romania and Serbia for getting their cores. It's silly. Has he made it revolution and counter-revolution? Oh, maybe he has. I don't know if the scramble is in 70. I think it might be. Oh no, I think it is in 70, but he wants you to get two different texts. I don't know. Yeah, I think he wants you to get two different texts. Okay, so he's changed it. Oh no, how will they conquer the world now? Oh my god, Britain has 900 in industry. How absurd. Do you know how the AI, what's it called, manages itself when it plays the UK in this game?
No.
So all they do, the entire game, is they just promote craftsmen. It's literally all they do for 100 years. And it actually works. A lot of the time, you can sometimes never catch up with them. But it actually hurts Britain in other ways, because usually the army will be smaller. Their literacy is always behind, if you ever pay attention. It'll be like 1890 and they'll still have like 50% literacy. Because he never puts his focus on anything else. Take a look at Lake Victoria.
Oh yes, did you find the source?
Yeah.
Oh, the Dutch found the source. Interesting.
I've renamed it.
Isn't it named after the Dutch monarch? Yeah.
Named it after the Kaiser.
I don't remember that in 100 years.
Oh,
Well
well.
done. Look what you've done now.
What have I done?
You've invented communism. We were all having a nice time. Do you think Bismarck was right when he was like getting annoyed with the scramble for Africa, right? And
Yeah.
They should be concentrating.
I agree. He thought colonialism was a load of shit. What a great man.
I mean, if he had concentrated, like, if he'd said, like, no, we're not going to have any, like, we'll have some colonies, but we're not going to try and compete with Britain and France. I mean, just on a strategic level, that would have been better because then it would have been the British versus the French, right, which would have driven them apart.
Well, that was what he wanted, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then it was all the other fucking bozos, like in the imperial court, who just eventually had their way, so they ended up getting some colonies. He wanted none of that shit.
I mean, it was certain colonies as well, like, is it Namibia in the southwest?
Yeah.
Where they basically went into an area that the British had sort of been semi. The British had been semi sort of interested in for a while. Like they had a settlement way up, like in the middle of where Namibia came to be. But the Germans just went in anyway, right? And that really ticked the British off.
Poor Britain, they only controlled like a quarter of the fucking surface of the earth. God, they really got fucking shafted there. They weren't allowed to exploit the resources of some remote part of the planet. Namibia is mostly a desert, isn't it? I mean... It's like, hold on, it's like India, wait a minute, don't we own this fucking subcontinent where like a third of the Earth's population lives? Isn't that enough?
Just checked out my middle class. 41% of them are getting none of their needs.
Yep, sounds about right. Just like today's middle class.
Ba-dum-psh.
Oh man. Beaten by Romania. How does it feel? A new low. Oh, they've gotten rid of the emperor. Wow. They're a republic now. That's kind of cool.
Danubian Confederation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh god, militant socialists.
I warned you about the communists. I tried to tell you.
Quick, quick, click a button. Click a button. Oh god, they might actually take Berlin. Holy shit. No. No.
Just let it happen.
Okay.
They might take Berlin. Oh, they almost. Okay. No, they're not gonna take it. For a minute there, it looked bad, but everything's fine. My armies were just really far away. Oh, I think he made the AI smarter. Like the rebel AI smarter. Like 200,000 just like joined up into one big doom stack and like marched on Berlin. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, they did that to me on Paris as well. Which,
Yeah.
I couldn't get it before they.
That was pretty cool. I mean, because usually they have no chance. Like even the stupid AI, like countries, can kill the rebels. Also makes it easier to defeat them.
Wow, ironclads are really slow.
Okay, I think I have a problem. Rebel stripes are the same color as Germany.
Okay.
It's just very like annoying because I don't know what provinces they've occupied or not. Oh my god, they've occupied all of these? I had no idea. I had no idea. They occupied Hanover? What? I don't believe it. They're like stealthy occupations. They really want a school system, but I'm like procrastinating. So they all rose up against me. Fine, I'll let you guys vote. Go away. Stop it. Stop rising up.
So do I want to prioritize pensions or minimum wage in this mod? I think probably minimum wage, right?
I can't hear you.
Testing.
Pensions or minimum wage? We want to get healthcare. So he has cut the effect of healthcare in half, but it's still the strongest modifier in the game. Vanilla it goes up to right 8, and now he's dropped it to 4. So, it's still okay. Then as France, you want pop growth, right? Because you have lower life rating, for sure. Oh no. Okay, so Scramble is event-based in this mod. Congo Conference has to fire, I guess. So I'm looking at the modifier here. Are your armies really expensive, or is this just because I have laissez-faire in charge?
money's been a lot tighter than it
Normally is, yeah.
Yeah.
Manchester, it's happening. I've got militant socialists.
Yeah, just let them vote.
They can vote.
Just give them a minimum wage. They'll make whatever they want. Just give them something like that.
I want to give them
I
what
want, but my nobles don't want to.
Yeah, the bane of every monarch.
This is what happened to Louis.
Yeah,
Help
it
me.
is. Yeah, yeah. Angry mob is at the door, pitchforks. King's about to be beheaded, goes to the nobles. I think we should give them like pensions. What do you think? Nobles are like, no, can't give the proles anything. Mob storms in, kills the king, puts his head on a spike. That's the French way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people
Alright,
forget. People always think, oh, England had such a stable history. It's like, no, they didn't. They fucking killed their king. They did it before anybody.
I think by doing it so early on in their history, though, it did help them.
It made
because
it, it made it super stable later on. Yeah.
Instead of being like the French and going, oh no, we are we're an absolute monarchy and
Yeah. And it'll be that way forever.
and then it just ends up getting bottled up until it's a violent revolution.
Yeah.
I mean, the English Civil War was fundamentally different from the French Revolution, though. I mean, they ended up killing the king, but the French didn't really have a civil war, right? It was
Well, there sort of was. I mean, there were like royalist and Jacobin areas and different factions in the National Assembly. It was pretty freaking tumultuous for a while.
It was all self-contained within the state, right? It wasn't like the royalists took over southern France and then they were fighting a long war, right?
But they did. They did, though. Like the royalists, I don't know, I forget what areas, but they took over part of the country and they had to.
I know they were all localized rebellions that were over very quickly, and they didn't really have organized armies.
I don't know enough about it. Shogunate Japan. Okay. Hey, looks nice.
Say again?
That looks nice. When you were in HMs, could you still appoint parties?
I wasn't playing a country that could, but I think you could. Oh, sorry, as a monarchy.
Okay, yeah.
As in HMs.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can appoint.
alright. Because some mods changed that, and I was just scared of going universal. If I can, then I don't care. That's funny, so he's turned into Hungary. He owns Slovenia. Okay. Whatever. Istria. I'm quite indifferent to this, honestly. Free Slovenia? I don't really care. He does have 0 mil. Yeah, but then another great power will back him. I am not going to fight a war over that. I just don't care.
Instantly. So Egypt is in my sphere. Is it because they're not civilized?
What's up?
Trying to figure out why I can't build the Suez Canal. One of the following must be true. Okay, they're in the year is after 1870. Suez.
Do you have enough money?
Yeah.
Is it because, I don't know, he's a Turkish dominion? Does that block it?
Yeah, that could block it. Yeah. That could do it.
Wow. Imagine if they did this and there just was no Austria-Hungary. I think things would have just been a lot more stable, to be honest with you. My capitalists are just doing a really shit job. I've got 30 fucking thousand of them. And I've got 20 projects that are uncompleted right now.
Mm-hmm.
People say if you cut their taxes, like, it helps them, but I really never notice a difference at all. I think capitalists need all their luxury needs, and then they can invest, and they're just not getting their needs fulfilled or something. That's the problem, and I don't really know how to help them fulfill those needs. You'd think cutting taxes would help, but nope. 4 times the capitalists of any other country, and they're just not fucking doing their jobs. Oh my god. What the hell, guys? Build factories. What the fuck?
Come on, build a factory. Come on, do it.
Well, I've been sitting here for like 10 years at like 500 industry, and it's like, okay, I'm waiting to increase. Go on.
I mean, building factories, that's so mainstream. I mean,
Right, so
I've got three conservative parties now. Which I've forgotten which one I want. Bonapartiste, that's it.
it's better to have more choices than to not have them, though. Sometimes, like, your pops will be like conservative minded, but then your conservative party will be like laissez-faire, and you'll be like, oh, this is great. Sometimes you get screwed over, and you just have shitty pre-made political parties. Austria, I think, like their laissez-faire party is it's got like pacifist or like a shitty military policy, which is pretty crap. In Spain as well, they have like one, I think, or like at least at one point in the game, their laissez-faire one is like fairly weak or something. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to put the socialists in charge. This unemployment problem isn't being resolved. That's all I can say. Planned economy. Eat shit.
You know,
Not really. Are you? Ooh.
Listen.
ooh, ouch.
Listen. Capitalism fails, Sid.
You're supposed to destroy the revolutionaries and not join them.
By my view, the Jedi are evil. I mean, laissez-faire are evil. I hate sand. Gets everywhere.
It really was superb acting in that film.
It was the fucking screenplay was awful. No actor. Listen, they did as well as they could with that. I mean, George Lucas, God bless him, he can't write for shit. I mean, he masterminded the most glorious fucking epic of modern cinema, but God, he does not know how to write at all. Poor man. They're right to mock him. I think that was an episode on The Simpsons, I forget which one, like the teacher says to Bart or something, children are right to mock you, or something like that. It's a great line.
At least 1% of the population need to be bureaucrats. Current ratio is 1%. Oh, I'm at war. Ah. Fucking Algeria.
Oh man, this is a lot of clicking. Click, 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 click. This is what it's like to be a communist. It's just endless. And, yeah, this is the communist experience right here. my pops just keep getting more and more liberal. I don't know why. It's not like the liberals have built factories and employed them. They just fucking run the economy right into the fucking ground.
Suez Canal is open. Not the Suez, sorry. Panama Canal is open.
I may have slightly raised the demand for machine parts by doing this. Supply 73. Demand 500. Price £56 per machine part.
Sound of angry socialists in the background,
Yeah.
even though you have a socialist government.
Well, sounds about right.
Just get on the phone to Bismarck. You hear crowds rioting in the background.
Yeah. Sounds like the Victorian age. There you go. Okay, there's no more child labor. Alright, just calm down. Just calm down. We won't make them work in the mines anymore.
disband all of my clippers, and I look and I can see my my capitalists want to build like 5 clipper factories.
Sounds about right. Yeah, sometimes they can be really dumb. The worst is a lot of the time they just won't build like the new factories. Like you'll have tons of the old ones from like 1836, but then you'll get the new types and you just won't have them, which is very problematic when you go to build something and you need whatever that like product is, like tanks or planes, and you're like, oh, it's like 1920. Let me build a tank. Oh, we have no tank factories. Brilliant. Brilliant.
No, this isn't funny. I've got communists in the upper house.
All they want to do, Sid, is oh wait, they've already beheaded you. You're a republic. And the Bonapartists are in charge. Okay, makes total sense. Can't argue with that.
Well, they logically want to go back to being an empire, right? That's their shtick.
Right. Yeah, I think I know why the capitalists are doing such a shit job, is there just aren't enough machine parts or something. Like they're missing something here. Something about Morocco. Okay, alright. Here you go. So give it to you.
I think so, yeah. Oh, that's nice. So Britain doesn't even have Egypt in their sphere of influence, but they still get the Suez Canal. Nice. Nice meme.
That's lame. It was the French who originally did it, right? That they just ran out of money or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shame on them. Oh, is this? Okay, so... Yeah, you were telling me that the mod you guys were playing was like a variant of this, but this mod
Yeah,
is actually different. There's... what's it called? This is HPM, and a different one is HFM. And yours was a mod of HFM. They're similar, but it's different, I guess. The map looks the same, but it's very different, I guess, mechanically. I don't know. Oh, now I need steel, I guess. Steel shortage. Oh, I just got Zanzibar by an event. Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
That's what this that mod I was talking about. That's what it disables is the automatic.
Yeah, that is a little ham-fisted. Okay. Oh, so maybe it is a version of this mod then.
It is, yeah.
I mean,
it's a lot fairer for the countries that aren't European, right? Because they don't just automatically get their shit given away for no reason.
Oh yeah, okay, so I forget that this mod like fucks with things. Okay, so if you pass reforms, right? School and healthcare, you have to max out your what's it called? Like your two sliders.
spending.
Your spending. Otherwise, you don't get the bonuses. That's annoying because I just fucking sat here for probably like 20 years without getting those modifiers, without realizing it. That's really dumb. Yeah, he's fucked with the factories in this somehow. I don't know what it is, but laissez-faire is not functioning like as it should here.
Mm.
I guess it's working, it's just working really slowly. Oh, nice. How'd you do that? Conquered in one war.
Do what?
Egypt.
Oh, it was an event
Oh.
because they were in my sphere and they had some sort of reactionary thing. It was like, oh, like, do you want to just annex them? I was like, oh, okay.
That was pretty cool.
I was like, yeah, I don't mind if I do. Thanks, game.
It's amazing, like, just like how population grows, like, and changes over time. Because the data they use for this is actually correct. But like, take Iran for example. Like, it starts this game, really, really tiny population. If we click on it now, it's like 2 million people. It's probably higher in actual 1880, but it starts really small. And I mean, it's one of the most populous countries in the world today, isn't it?
Yeah, there's like 100 million people living there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of places are actually quite surprising. Mexico is like, I want to say like half the population that the US has. Brazil is pretty
It's
close.
about 150 million.
Yeah, it's got a shit ton. Pakistan has a huge, insane population size for that small area. I always think of Pakistan as being like a desert for some reason, but I guess like the Indus itself must be pretty fertile. I mean, how else could they support that many people? Pakistan is such a weird, I can't comprehend it sometimes. Like, they don't have control, right, over like their border with Afghanistan, yet they're one of the most populous countries in the world, and they have nuclear missiles. Like, I don't know. what to say.
The nuclear missile.
thing is definitely going to bite us all on the ass.
Yeah. Well, they had a escalation recently with India. There was like some Muslim terrorist blew himself up, blew up a bunch of people. Did you follow this? This was like
No.
5 months.
Oh, in Sri Lanka. Yeah.
5 months ago. It was like in Kashmir. Then the Indians started like flying their jets over their airspace, and then they were doing military exercise. It was like the highest tensions have been in years.
Mm-hmm. See, I like the way the Ottoman Empire's name is overlaying.
Yeah, I love that.
Egypt.
I was about to say how awesome that is. Well done.
We're just peacekeepers. We're here on a peacekeeping operation.
This really is Ottoman territory.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to add. Have you speared everything on the planet now?
I wanted to release, and don't judge me. I wanted to release Yugoslavia just for fun, but it turns out I need Montenegro as well. If you want like Hungary and everything else, I just want to make Yugoslavia just.
That's awesome.
I should say
I
Google's.
completely approve. You just have to sphere it and you make it. That's awesome. It doesn't need Trieste or anything. I guess not, no.
No. I've got Montenegro to friendly, so it's not going to be very long now.
I have an iron deficiency now. The irony.
Oh, the UK declared war on me. British acquisition of Ivory Coast. Nice. Thanks, Britain. Nice. Italy declared war on me as well. The Italian liberation of Savoy.
How'd they give you those? Like through their decision?
They did give them to me, yes.
He just changes. They don't lose their cores on it. What the hell? What?
No.
This game. Surely in vanilla they lose their cores. There's no way.
And you see, now this is my complaint about Vicky right here, is that when you actually are fighting a war like this, like how the hell do you actually micromanage it? Just I don't feel like you can do it.
Usually you just have to win in Europe and then don't let him get the goal, war goal, and that's all you need to do. The AI, yeah, just like winning like France, to let him occupy France and states, right? Like colonial states are fine because they don't give you war exhaustion, and then just hold on to the war goal, and then he gets ticking score against him. Wow, cavalry occupy really quickly. I have like one cavalry unit, and there's like 3 other stacks. I guess none of them have cavalry. And the one with 1 unit of cavalry just occupied this, and the rest are all like at 1%. It's insane. Oh no, or maybe not, 'cause this one has cavalry and it's also going slow. Oh, maybe terrain affects occupation rate, because this is grassland. The others are rough terrain. I have no idea. You could just give them Ivory Coast. It's only 200,000 people. Who cares? It's not worth the aggravation.
Hmm.
It's like, oh, I have to fight all of India. Oh, fuck.
Would you surrender to the Russian Empire?
What?
Would you surrender to the Russian Empire?
If it was over a state that I cared about? No. If it was over a little bullshit colony with 200,000 people in it, then yeah, I don't. If it aggravated me, yeah, I can live with that. So there's a little secret to this game. I don't know if you know this. The AI, all you have to do is keep your relation above 100, and they can't declare war on you.
Yeah, I was trying to get my relations up with the British whenever I looked over there.
Yeah. glorious Serbian occupation of Yemen. Wonderful.
Oh, I sent an army to fight the British in Ivory Coast. I had like 70k and he had like 15k and he still fucking beat me. Like, which army tech is the most important? I thought it was the one on the far right that gave you extra military tactics. Am I wrong?
I usually go for the organization one. I think that one's the best.
Which one's
The far right?
That is second from the right, military science line. I think that one's the best. And then the far left one, the dig-in cap, it only works if you're defending, but if you're defending, it can be really powerful. Then after that, I usually go for the one you're talking about, the military tactics one. Do you control the channel?
Yes.
I'll invade England with you if you want.
Oh, thank you. That's nice of you.
I've also got a garrison in Nigeria that maybe I can send over as well. Are you at war with the Dutch as well? No, you're not. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, call me in. Oh. Is that not a crossing? Oh, it's not. I thought it was a crossing. Okay, so you need
crossing?
So you need transports to cross. Okay, that's a problem.
Oh, the channel. Yeah, it used to be a crossing. I can see where the source of the confusion is.
I just moved like 500,000 Germans like into one province, thinking I could cross. It was an error. Alright, I do have a stack here, so I'll try to de-siege Ivory Coast at least.
Do it.
I'll send these transports up to the channel, I guess. We should take this opportunity to like fully occupy England, and that way his factories will close down.
Mm-hmm. Saw the Royal Navy for a second. Don't know where it's going.
Oh, really? Did he sink my transports? Of course he did. Of course. Why would he not have done that?
I don't know if I can win that against the British, but I'll give it a go. Romanian liberation. Right, yeah, of course.
That's funny, because like you engaged, it like bugged out and my guys like didn't drown. So they were like 60,000 Germans just floating in the Straits of Dover for a minute there. But it was great because I could just disband them and remake them without them being killed. So everything worked out fine. Imagine if they actually did this, like in 1880. Like France was like the British tried to take Ivory Coast, and French and Germans just invaded together. How ridiculous!
The Battle of Dorking, I think, has the French and the Germans invading simultaneously. That's the Battle of Dorking was like a landmark sci-fi, well, not sci-fi. It started the category of what was called invasion literature, and that eventually became the War of the Worlds,
Right.
because the War of the Worlds was like an invasion literature book, but with aliens instead of Germans. So when you watch War of the Worlds or Mars Attacks or something, that's actually century-old British xenophobia. Like, oh no, the Germans are going to come, they're going to attack us. And just the way you can give fleets missions in EU4 as well. You just get a fleet and you're like, okay, just blockade this. And the fleet's like, okay, boss, I'll do that. You can't do it in Vicky.
Really?
Thanks for clearing out
Why?
on the coast.
What stops you though?
Well, to blockade a coast, I need to move a fleet and go click and drop a ship, and then go click and drop a ship, and click and drop a ship. Right, whereas in EU4, you just press one button, and it takes you 5 seconds, and then it's all done. You don't need to worry about it, unless someone tries to intercept your blockading ships.
But I don't. So here's the thing, right? Like in Victoria, A, you start the game and basically have naval range everywhere. B, it's like EU3. Like you only need one ship. It could be a fucking cog, and you fully blockade their coast.
No, but the
process.
What I'm complaining about is the process, right? Because to drop a ship, you have to click one button. There is a shortcut. You click one button, so it's like a click and a click, right? So it's twice as long as the manual process in EU.
Oh, just you not know how to hit S, or you're not hitting S.
Well, but then that splits the fleet, and then you end up with a fleet at the end that has like a tenth of the ships of, you know.
Well, that's true. Well, you have to defeat their main battle fleet first, I guess. I don't know. I guess.
And also the fleet that gets left behind
doesn't get an admiral. So the fleet that you want to hit them with, the one with the admiral, has no ships, right? And the fleet that you're leaving behind has more ships, right? So you end up with lots of leaderless fleets that are stronger than your striking fleet. It's just, all I'm saying, it's really awkward, and it doesn't need to be. They could remake this game. They could make it better.
It's an unfinished game. Listen, it's a wonderful game. It's just incomplete. It's just half finished product.
Okay, so Britain is now accepting.
So here's the thing. Here's what I propose. Okay, are you listening? Okay, see how his industry is 1354? This is what I think. I think you should occupy him until it's 12. That's what I think. That's my proposal.
Okay.
And then we'll all be happy. You'll be happy because you defeated your mortal enemy. I'll be happy because his shitty factories aren't producing all the goods in the market in the world, and people will buy German things. It'll be great for everyone. He'll have learned a lesson not to try to seize other people's colonies and to mind his own fucking cunt business. We'll all learn. We'll all grow. Persevere.
Okay.
That's good. I'm glad you're sold. I'm glad you're sold on the idea. I'd invade with you, but he killed my boats, and I only had wooden ones. So that's it. That's all I had.
That's okay.
German Aru. Oh man, I was worried I was gonna lose that battle because they like had my maintenance down, but he just melted when he tried to attack me. So much for that. Does this mod still have that event where if your sphere like dislikes you, they leave? Is that what that event is with Cyan?
think so.
yeah.
Yeah. Want me to make him release something?
Yeah, sure.
Because I have infamy to spare. What should I have him get rid of?
What do you think will damage him the most?
Huh. There's no release India on here. What the hell? Do you see it? I don't see it.
Add war goal.
I mean, it's like 500.
Liberate country.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing India. Unless it's renamed this.
Individual Indian states.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because India is only a union and it doesn't actually exist. I don't know.
No, you can release it in vanilla. So he's changed something here.
Oh, did you know that losing Alsace-Lorraine actually let me change my tech group?
Oh yeah?
I used to be avant-garde intelligentsia.
Yeah.
It let me change to military-industrial complex, which is not as good as yours, but it's still better than avant-garde intelligentsia.
Yeah. I don't know. I usually go traditional academia, unless I'm in Germany. I think they're all pretty mediocre. We could release Bengal, I guess. It's a lot of people
That's a
there.
pretty big one.
Yeah. Not as good as India, but... Alright, I'll add that, I think. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, Bengal. Alright, it's only 30.
Do you want me to drop it on him now?
He's still got 600 industry. I think you should wait until he's more fucked up. And then he's got 100 war exhaustion. So he's gonna get a revolution after this, which is great. So that will fuck him up.
I can't ask for your war goals.
Really?
Hmm.
Oh, why? It's a mod, right?
I think maybe you're the war leader now.
Because you're stronger than me.
Really?
Hmm.
I didn't even do anything in this war. Yeah, I'm the war leader. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's see. Alright, we've got 54. So we could add 20 more in demands, I think.
And go ahead. He'll be at 100 soon.
Yeah, we could also not do these 2 American demands and like do something. And then we have 50 we could use. Do you want to come down to size? Do you want to do humiliate? Humiliate? I don't know. What's your preference? Do you want to release something that you can conquer off him?
Release. Oh, yeah, I'd like Suez Canal, but I think I need to demand that, don't I?
Yes.
License.
Yeah, you would. It would cost you 10, so you might be contained
Yeah, I
by
would pretend.
the other great powers, so just beware.
Yeah, I can't do it. It's. Love it how when you go to add a war goal, the states, they're not in any order. They're not in alphabetical order, so you need to sort of go.
Let's look and try and figure out. Well, you see what I mean? That's another thing. Like, why can't it
be in alphabetical order?
Yeah. Alright, are you sick of this, or do you want to keep occupying him?
Are you sick of it? I mean,
No, I'm asking you. I don't care.
I'm in another war as well, so it wouldn't really help me if I.
Okay, alright, so we'll peace out now.
Wait, could you wait?
Oh, I just asked you. Don't answer if you don't believe that.
Well,
I didn't say I wanted to peace out.
This is such a typical fucking answer from you.
I didn't say that I wanted to peace
It was
out.
basically explicitly asking. Are you ready?
You said something like, are you getting tired of this shit? And I was like, are you?
And then you get mad. And then you get mad and then you get mad at the other person. I would be more willing to hear your position if you haven't done this like 40 times before, like the same exact.
I know, but you didn't actually say.
His same exact interaction.
You didn't actually say, do you want to peace out? No, you just said, do you mind?
Like, are you getting tired of this? I was just like, well, I kind of need to get my troops out of Britain. It'd
It'd be much easier if I could still land my fleet there.
What did
you demand from
Britain? We were just reasoning out loud. I freed Bengal, and I humiliated him. Oh yeah, so that actually did drop his prestige quite a bit. Not that prestige makes any difference in this game, it's just score. But put you above him on prestige. Goddamn Bengalis. Bengal. The 6th most populous nation in the world. Amazing. Bengal has the same population of Japan. It's right below you on the ledger. It's insane. I don't think Assam was ever a part of Bengal, but okay. We'll allow it.
So, I'm fighting in a war with Hungary to protect them. I mean, I have no special love for Hungary, but that's where I am. And even though I'm in the war, I still need military access from Hungary to get into their country.
He refuses.
No, he allowed me, but I'm just surprised that I actually needed access at all. Oh my god. Get your shit together, Hungary. Come on.
You had one job. Pay off your fucking T-bills. They couldn't do it.
Oh wow.
There's a communist country in the world already.
Oh yeah.
Nicaragua. Go look at their flag.
Let's see, where the fuck is Nicaragua? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, it's been communist for some time. Yeah. See, those countries in Central America, like I know of them. Like if you said their name, I'd be like, oh yeah. That's one of those. I probably couldn't quite place where they are on a map if you gave me one. Just not places that I think about very often. No.
It's racist as hell.
Poor Central America. They couldn't keep united among. How many are there anyway? 5 of them? They couldn't stay one country? They really had to divide up into 5 different states? How fucking inept. I mean, there's 50.
They all speak
Spanish
They
as
all
well, so
speak
it's not like they have the
Spanish.
excuse.
There's 50 states in America. They couldn't stay a single country with between 5 states. That's fucking ridiculous. I mean, at least in the rest of South America, they have the excuse, well, it's the Andes Mountains are in the way. Or it's like, oh, you know, La Plata. It's a big area. It's a huge, giant area. Can't stay one country. Central America. Couldn't stay a single nation. Absurd. Yeah, a lot of these places, you know, it's not politically correct to, you know, denigrate them, but, God, they've done such a shit job, honestly. Like, Haiti is one example. That was literally the richest territory, like, in the Americas under French colonialism. And then they broke free, and it's turned into the poorest. I think Somalia may be poor, but it is basically the poorest country on the earth. Fantastically corrupt, can't feed themselves, generates no wealth, illiterate, just a complete failed state. What a disaster. Oh, that's weird. I've never seen this before. Like my pie chart looking like this. Like my lower class, for some reason, they're getting all their like middle class needs, and some are getting their luxury needs. So like they're getting the top 2 completely, which is amazing. Never seen that before. It's like it's blue and teal, right? Or the 2 colors instead of like green, blue is how it usually is. I'm out of sync. Why don't we stop here?